it's being done in the best interest of the people that are able to make the decisions. Like, clearly, this is what happens. Who does it more? Say it. I don't know who does it more. I'm giving you an honest answer. I'm not going to say, oh, Democrats do it more, Republicans do it more. I have no idea who does it more. All I'm saying is that it's happening, and that's it. Desmond Crockett doesn't live in our district anymore? Well, I don't know. And if this was a game, it would be patched out. It would be patched out. It would absolutely be patched out. And so anyway, that's pretty much where things are. And California's redistricting plan faces federal pushback. So then there you go. So basically, when California tries to do it, then the federal government stops it. But when Texas does it, then the people that don't agree with it get put in jail. Oh, geez.
I'm sick of the gerrymandering, but if Donald Trump is going to push to gerrymander Texas, he's going to break the rules in order to win. He can't win by the rules they are right now, so he thinks you should break.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. What do you mean? He did win. He already won. Twice. What do you...
The rules. For Democrats to sit back and just say, okay, we're going to play by the Queen's rules. No. I'm telling you right now, we need to win in the midterm. We need to stop him from cheating, from lying, and from stealing the election. And if they're doing something to add their congressional seats, we need to look at our ways of doing that right now.
They should. They absolutely should. And so this is what I think they should do. They should keep doing the redistricting, and they need to also change the way they do the census. That's another really big one. One that nobody talks about is that the moment that they're able to take the illegals off the census, all of these people, like places like California, will lose tons of their votes. So yeah, I mean, that's what they need to do. Time to cheat harder. Exactly. Yeah. Don't like the rules, change them. Yeah, that's what they should do. And they've got to be as aggressive as possible with this. And if they don't, the thing is that if they don't do it, then the other people will do it to them. They need to remove the
You already know what the f going on everyone, Lil Tay's dropping the youngest link of the century. Mark your calendars tomorrow, 3 p.m. EST. And nobody, including my family, including the grown-ass haters, is gonna stop me. You know why? Lil Tay rich and finna get richer.
At the end of that TikTok, she said, to y'all that have been pre-ordering since 2018, thank y'all, or something like that. Like, that is weird. And that's really the target audience, which is kind of crazy.
If she was actually a virgin and she's posting like almost nude, but not quite, but making a bunch of money off it.
Yeah.
There's like two contradictory things going on right now.
Yeah, she wins. But the problem is, I mean, I don't want to tell anybody to not do anything.
Lil Tay just made over $1 million in 3 hours on OnlyFans, and her own father is proudly standing behind her. Let that sink in. The same girl who became famous as a 9-year-old flexing fake cash, trashing her own image for clout, and being used like a pawn in her family drama, is now being celebrated by her dad for selling herself online the moment she turned 18. Is this empowerment, or is this a business plan disguised as independence? Let's rewind this circus. In 2018, a foul-mouthed little girl named Lil Tay went viral for flexing cars she didn't own, money she didn't earn, and a lifestyle she didn't live.
You know what it is? Lil Tay, the youngest flex of the century. I'm only 9 years old, but I'm richer than all y'all broke haters. This be my kitchen. It's bigger than your whole entire living room, and I got 4 more houses. This costs more to your rent. My toilet costs more to your rent. Everything in my bathroom costs more to your rent. And see, this is my closet. Everything here.
Turns out, it was all a show, scripted and directed by her own brother, backed by her own mother, and eventually ripped apart by her own father during a nasty custody battle. She disappeared, the world moved on, then, boom, a fake death announcement in 2023 reignited her name, and by 2024 she re-emerged with some sad updates about a tumor and surgery. But then, July 29, 2025 happened. The second she turned 18,
Bro, bring back Ravenous Hydra, healing you for 4,000, you know? Bring back Divine Sunderer. Bring back fucking all of these dog shit as well, like even the stuff I didn't play. But I think I'm in the minority here because
Enjoy the fake Bezos money.
I've never been a balanced team hater. It might if you're like new to the channel, you might be like, this guy just complains every day. But this is not how it's always been. Like I've actually been a big Riot Games enjoyer. But then they started with this ChatGPT and started balancing stuff, and then when I started disliking it. But then that's why I'm saying I'm in the minority, because I think people prefer the game to be this way. People prefer the game to be more balanced. Like ADC mains, they don't want to rock up to a team fight and get one shot by everything. Like I think most people enjoy a balanced game, but I don't. Balanced games are boring as hell. Play Kled, please. I don't play.
Websites with articles, like written articles, not YouTube, right? But not as much anymore. So it's nice to be able to summon forth League educational content to learn the game with, basically.
I think League educational content needs to keep producing itself in a way, because the game changes a lot, right?
Number 9, objectives and game length. It seems pretty clear that Riot is aiming for League games to last between
around
literally
30
15
minutes,
which is the
essentially what happened before the Big Bang. Right? You have to be careful with the language. So if you define the Big Bang really carefully as the time when the universe was very hot and very dense.
time window where you're allowed to forfeit, and this happens more than I would used to like, but now I kind of get it, because it can be really bad when you're behind and you see no way to come back. So I allow League its forfeit function, even though if you asked me 5 years ago, I was vehemently and adamantly against any multiplayer.
A lot of people were against an FF option in League until like Riot did the data on it, like Freak talked about back then, which is that like FFing at 15, people have like, I don't know what the number was, 98% or something ridiculously high, that those games were lost even if you didn't FF them and you FF them, you know what I mean, like blah blah blah, I don't know, I forgot kind of like in my brain because it was a long time ago. Like Riot only implemented FF at 15 with 4 votes because we used to be 5 votes back in the day because of data, pretty much. But League game length used to be like back in the old days. It used to even go to like 1 hour. It was kind of like Dota, but this is just not the meta anymore in 2025. That is like the reason. This is like one of the reasons why Dota cannot be as popular as League, is because the Dota games are, I think, too long on average, and we're in a zoomer meta right now where everyone's attention span is 0. So Riot aims League length to be around 30 minutes, I believe, on average, which I think they are successfully achieving. And they know ways, they know really well how to like increase game length or decrease it. They could easily buff towers health to make the games last longer, nerf the Baron, blah blah blah, right? And simultaneously, you know, they could also make the games faster by making people deal more damage, make the towers squishier, blah blah blah.
Games having forfeit culture because having the forfeit button leads to weak mindset. And I still believe that, actually. But at the same time, it's not that fun being held hostage in a game that you no longer have hope in. I don't know how many times I voted no to surrender in my 200 plus ranked games. Probably hundreds of times, actually. Sometimes multiple times per game. But I've also said yes a couple of times, and I felt relieved I could exit the game. So maybe it deserves to be in League. But either way, the games aren't that long. They're like 15 to 30, 35 minutes. So you don't have the 1 hour slugfest that Dota 2 has, as much as I did enjoy those. But it's nice to have like a kind of predictable...
Dota 2 has a big slugfest. I experience this all the time when I play Dota 2. The death timer being like over a minute in late game, you can literally just go take a shower. Like, it's ridiculous.
5 minutes is, at my rank, is how long the games are lasting. And because of the regular objectives like Drake at minute 5, Void Grubs at minute 8, Baron Nashor at minute 25, you create these moments where the teams are supposed to come together and have a potentially game-ending fight that can give enough power, or maybe because you won the fight so hard that you can end the game off the back of that. Because you don't just...
This makes sense what he's saying, but, you know, as someone who played League for a long time, objectives are not in that good of a spot right now, just because they're very stale. They've been the same way in the game for a long time. And yeah,
just want to lane until the end of the game and then have one of your solo laners apparently push to the nexus, destroy it, and win the game like that. So I think the game pacing has been fairly well crafted by Riot.
I think the game pacing has been, how do I say it, like tuned by Riot for a long time. Like in the past, it was for sure much worse.
Teamwork. I know. Our teammates, they're the worst, right? Opponents are smurfing. Our teammates never do anything right. But yeah, I've had a couple of griefers, thankfully very few, and it does happen sometimes, and I'm fine with it that it happens sometimes. Luckily, it's not been that frequent yet. Overall, most people seem to be wanting to win, and while many different people have a different idea of how to win, for instance, yesterday's Orianna thought that we should both walk into tower in the top lane and try to kill that one guy that was hiding behind his tower, and we both flashed and died. That was against the Gangplank. That was not good. He wasn't good, but I didn't do right either. But he did seem to want to win in general. Like, most people don't outright give up, stand in the bush, and go AFK so far. Whether it's via ganks, doing the objective, or laning well, or warning each other with spam pings, you're about to get ganked. People are trying to win, and it feels really good to carry your team and to do so well that you were the MVP. But it feels pretty good to get carried sometimes as well, and just try to stem the bleeding of your own inferiority when you're losing lane. And so through the power of teamwork, you can come together and get the W, and that feels pretty fun in a way that one-on-one games will never have that kind of dimension to it.
That makes sense.
It feels pretty fun in a way that one-on-one games will never have that kind of dimension to it.
That makes sense.
It seems like the reporting system is working pretty well. Is it? Do you guys agree with that?
The reporting system has gotten a lot better recently because Riot has added automation tools that they don't want to disclose that are much better at detecting griefing than before. The reporting system in the past did not do anything. This is a very recent addition where the reports actually do anything.
Is it working well? Because I'm getting feedback sometimes that my reports did something. So people are trying not to get reported. It seems like people engage in less griefing behavior out of fear for it. It's all right. It's all right. All right, what are the 5 things I like the least about League of Legends?
Okay, let's see.
Well, it's pretty snowbally. Falling behind early can feel very snowbally.
Pretty snowbally.
There's kind of a lack of things to do when you're behind. Good coaches have told me time and time again, I'm just supposed to go back to my lane and take a beating. And try not to die too much. And try to get a bit of XP. Even if I can't touch the minions and I don't get gold, just try to at least get the XP and hope maybe you're going to get help from somewhere else. So that doesn't feel that
Thing is, you could argue the league is snowbally, but at the same time, I think it has to be, right? Because if you're not, if somebody beats you early game and you don't get ahead enough, then it won't feel rewarding enough. And simultaneously, games have to end, right? If Riot were to reduce snowballiness, which they did a lot, by the way, the games used to be even more lethal. Champions were one-shotting each other a lot more than they do right now. So right now the damage in the game is in a much better spot than it used to be, in my opinion. I don't know if I agree with this part that League is snowbally. Like, of course the game has to kind of be snowbally because the game needs to end at some point, so the game length isn't too long, and the game needs to be rewarding and reward players that do well and punish players that do badly. That's just the nature of the game. Yes, somebody has to have fun, and somebody will maybe not have fun because while one is ahead and one is behind. That's just the nature of the game, right? And you're gonna experience both sides of it. I don't really think there is a good way to fix that. I mean, Riot has done a lot better job by removing mythics and durability update and this and that, but yeah, you could argue that maybe there needs to be a little bit more damage right now. Like, for example, people think that the items need to do a little bit more right now, which would probably increase the power level of the game higher, which I would assume would increase snowballiness, right? So a lot of people think the game is not snowbally enough, I guess.
Good when you fall behind and you get snowballed and you're not allowed to deviate the game plan. In Warcraft 3, if I fall behind, maybe I'm going to do constant guerrilla tactics and try to Zeppelin drop or speed scroll run by and kill their workers. I can't win a straight up fight anymore, but maybe I can do constant TP outs while taking creeps far on the map, and then when an opponent comes to gank me, I'll just TP out and I go somewhere else. So that you can use maneuvering and going elsewhere to try to engineer a comeback when a direct fight is not
That's just a lot different game, right?
But in League, usually, if I'm getting abused by my lane opponent, I'm just sent right back to them again, because I'm supposed to stay in my lane. That doesn't feel that good. However, when I'm the one doing the snowballing, I think everything is fine. Isn't that weird? I think that's fine, because I'll snowball and I'll be strong. So being on the receiving end of it, not as fun. But you could make an argument.
I get what he means. He's just trying to say that if you're losing, the game is not that fun. If you're winning, the game is fun.
That this is just saying winning, fun, good. Losing, bad, yuck. Number 2, once you get to the late game, like 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes, there's a chance you're fully slotted out. 5 3,000 gold items, tier 3 boots, and you might have 2,000 gold in the bank. And you can spend it on a 500 gold elixir to give a temporary boost, and maybe you'll do that several times.
Yeah.
But you could have thousands of gold, and this happened to me a couple of times, that simply cannot be used. In Dota 2, I may replace my boots with a 3,000 gold item.
Okay, so you're trying to say that you can't really spend late game gold that well in League. I'm trying to think, is that a big issue in League? Like, a lot of people think that they should add another slot, right? But I think that would like break the game in a way. I don't think the game is built around that. For example, Riot has, you know what? Maybe Riot could do. Maybe Riot should have kept items like Zephyr in the game that were really recent additions, where if the game goes super long, you can feel good about buying like such a strong item, you know? That you spend gold on, and it's basically like a boots plus item together. I don't know, maybe Riot should do that, but Riot has already, like, they didn't keep that in the game very long, they removed it very fast. So, I'm not really sure. Now, he mentioned that you can sell your boots. You can do that in League too, but some champions function better with no boots than others. And I guess having no boots is probably a little bit more punishing in League and Dota.
Item that has some movement speed.
I mean, personally, I almost never reach 6 items in a game, so I don't really experience that issue, right? But maybe this is more of a low elo thing, because low elo games go longer, therefore players reach 6 items a lot more. In high elo, this is not that big of a frustration point.
But at least in my current understanding of the game, this is not something we're doing a lot in League of Legends. Maybe it's a lack of game understanding and knowledge, but overall, gold just ceases to have value once you're fully kitted out. It seems like. If I'm wrong, I apologize, but this is my current understanding. Number 3, League is a complex game. And the result of that is that there can be some frustrations, in particular, built up over the long term. Complex games require deep commitment to learn and enjoy the game. Constant patches, every 2 weeks apparently, create more complexity of learning and actually require more commitment to learn them. This creates an investment of time. When people invest time, they want to get paid off on that investment. The investment of that is satisfaction and enjoyment.
Yeah.
And so sometimes any of the dozens of areas of skill that people have can fall short of the expectations of their teammates. Maybe you are very good at your champion mechanics, but you're not very good at looking at the minimap. Or you see everything on the minimap and you can see all the disasters that are about to be beset upon your teammates, but no matter how much you warn them, they're not listening. Or maybe you're good at all of those, but you have a terrible mental and you easily, blow up and give up because you're so upset with what your teammates are doing. And it's making you play worse, but you can't help yourself because you're just so mad and distracted. And you don't understand how you're lumped together with these nitwits. All of these frustrations can mount up and boil up over time. And if you don't give yourself a chance to flow away the frustration by taking relaxing breaks and engaging in other activities that offer perspective and give you a chance to spend time thinking about other things, if we don't do that, it can reach a boiling point where we ourselves may become less courteous than we like to see in ourselves, right? So keeping a healthy relationship to the game is important to me, and so I'll try to take breaks when I'm getting too fucked up. And
that makes sense, yeah. This is a good
mindset. If I realize that I've become the villain in a game, I should definitely take a break because everyone is warning this game will corrupt you, and I'm not going to let it happen. And if it does, I'll take a break because I don't want to treat people that way. Gatekeeping, number 4. There's a decent amount of gatekeeping in games like this. People forget how long it took for them to learn the game. There's not enough general understanding and patience to let players figure out the game without being ridiculed or sternly backseated.
This is what he's talking about is mostly a newer player issue. When someone starts playing the game, I feel like there just isn't a good tutorial system in the game. There isn't a really good way to get a very low level experience when, like in League, I feel like if you're a low elo player and you queue up, there's a very high chance the enemy team is going to have a smurf. And that just makes the game a lot less fun as a beginner to join. This is like one of the problems why it's so hard to get new players into League is because garbage tutorial, bad matchmaking when you're a completely new player because you only face smurfs. So you need friends to get into the game. It's like the only way, really.
Elite gaming communities of high skill and complex and deep games often become like this. I wish I could say that Warcraft 3 was exempt of this type of behavior, but it isn't. Some of the stories of toxic gaming communities are actually from a micro community inside Warcraft 3. When I started playing tower defense, Legion tower defense in Warcraft 3, the people were excited I was finally trying the game, but the veterans of League were asking for my teammates and I to be banned from the map. So we are just a new player, and the way that new players should be treated by a matchmaking system is to be placed with other new players, but those often don't exist. So you had these Legion TD veterans that were asking for the player that was on their team to be banned because he was bad. So I explained in all chat, that's probably one of my viewers. They're queuing up for the game, same as me, we're all new, and even though you have a new teammate right now that's learning the game, trying to be patient and understanding.
Oh, and that's fucked up, yeah.
So are my teammates. But he said, pretty much in so many words, that he didn't care, that person needed to be banned anyway. So this is the kind of gatekeeping where it's like, I want a good experience, and this guy is ruining my game, and I don't care he's new, I don't care if my game dies. I'm going to gatekeep the shit out of him, and he should be reported, and he should feel bad that he's bad. And you need to learn the game more before you start playing. Wait a second. How do you learn the game? By playing. So I need to learn more before I start playing, because I'm not allowed to play if I'm bad, even though I'm new. So wait, then nobody would play. The game will die. So yeah.
Yep.
Ultimately, it's a streamer's own choice to stream their game, so I'm expecting that from Twitch chat. And I can also mute everyone in the game with Riot's muting system, so it's not really that big of a deal, but there is a lot of gatekeeping, and I would just like to remind people that, remember, people could be new players, even in a game like this, and don't expect them to be perfect and great at everything.
Makes sense, yeah.
It takes a lot of time to learn, and sometimes it's frustrating. That's all. It can be a little frustrating to see so little understanding for it. And remember, I've seen new players in Warcraft 3, and sometimes I get frustrated with them as well. I've already coached you on this. Why are you still making this mistake? Yeah, it's a message to myself as well. Be patient. Number 5, thing I hate about League. Getting ganked. Cringe.
I cannot believe this is his point. Getting ganked. It is hilarious. Like, seriously. It puts a smile on my face because it's not about getting ganked. Let me translate what he's actually trying to say. Jungle is overpowered. That's what he's trying to say. Oh my god. I mean, we know. Everyone in League is aware of this problem. Even Riot, bro. When Riot came out and said jungle is 20% stronger than every other role in the game, based on how we can measure it. And then they proceeded to nerf jungle a little bit. This role will still continue to be Thanos. It will always be like that. It's Riot is just in this impossible spot where they cannot nerf jungle because then nobody plays the role. They simplify jungle to the max they can. This role requires 0 skill to be played nowadays. The way you do camps, you can be 100 health, walk to a camp level 1 and you can still do it. It is just mind-blowing how disgusting easy this thing got. But again, I just don't think Riot will ever nerf this role. So we're just stuck in this endless loop where jungle will just continuously be the best role in the game. And way, like, not just the best role and a little bit stronger, way stronger than everyone else. And I don't know, man. I don't know. You know me, man. I would nerf jungle, but I'm not Riot, and Riot doesn't want to lose players in jungle. GG.
Enemy junglers, supports, and mid laners that are ganking me and are not respecting the one-on-one. It's so fucking cringe. If my jungler ganks, it's okay, but if I get ganked and I'm 1v2, 1v3 the whole time, it really sucks. So please stop doing it. Thank you.
Okay, getting ganked. I guess he also means the support and mid laner here. But I think this should happen not as much. I mean, jungler will always be the number one when it comes to this problem.
Junglers or mid laners will ruin their...
I think jungle is number 1 problem when it comes to ganks. Support is number 2 problem when it comes to ganks, because supports have basically infinite freedom as a class. The same way goes for jungle, right? Mid laners, they cannot roam nearly as much anymore as they used to. Mid laning roaming got completely gutted over the years. Mid laners start roaming now after like minute 8, 9, 10. That's like usually the earliest they can kind of roam a lot. In ADCs, they don't really roam.
Their own game plan to come and gank me. And that should be a good thing.
But maybe in low elo, the meta is that mid laner roams more than support. Like maybe that's the case, right? Because it's low elo. But in high elo, it's definitely jungle first, support second.
Because we're probably going to win the game because of it. They just missed 2 waves mid. They skipped how many creeps in their own jungle? And my jungler is 2 levels ahead of theirs. And we just got Drake. But I'm still having a bad game experience because I'm 0-3-0. And the enemy top laner is 2-0-1. And I don't like it. Yes, we won the game, but I had a bad experience. I'm kind of okay with that from an intellectual point of view. Like,
this makes sense what he's saying. He's saying that, like, you know, someone can just ruin your game and you're not going to have fun for the rest of the game even if you win.
From like, I know this is good for me because they're over-focusing on top. It's good for my team and we won. Cool. But I prefer for it not to happen. I prefer not to get ganked. That's all.
That makes sense.
All right,
I'm pretty sure Riot could find ways to make ganks happen less.
So far in League of Legends.
Like more punishing. People would do it less if you get more punished.
I think I'm going to have a lot more fun with the game. Let me know what you
electoral college? Well, maybe, right? The census projection for 2030 will give Republicans a huge boost. Well, what happens when they do what happens whenever they do the new census, but you can't count population of illegal aliens? Well, guess what? That's going to disadvantage California way more. Here we go again. Another, they stole the election voting cycle. That's ABC. Always be cheating. Bass just calls everyone Angelinos so she can count more votes in the same way. Exactly. And anyway, let's see here. Yeah, and you can see he's mad as fuck.
We have to make clear to the people of Texas what's taking place. Because it's unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American. And as elected officials, we have that responsibility. We have to make clear to the people of Texas what's taking place. Because it's unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American.
Yeah.
And as elected officials, we have that responsibility. That's not something we can just brush aside. There are 50 states in America. I'm here in Texas for a reason.
Yeah.
Because these legislators are standing up. These members of Congress are standing up and communicating to the people of Texas what's occurring right now in the middle of the summer at a special session. And we will make clear that we're going to do everything possible to support the Texas legislators as they consider the best ways to push back. It's an all-hands-on-deck moment, and all options should be on the table to protect the people of Texas.
Yeah, it's
but
over.
Texas Democrats are going to be the ones to decide that. We will fight them politically.
The Kane guy?
We will fight them governmentally.
Al Green.
We will fight them in court. We will fight them in terms of winning the hearts and minds of the people of Texas and beyond. The Texas Democrats are going to show up and stand up and speak up.
Well, they're not showing up. That's the reason why that's the thing.
For what's right for the people of Texas.
That's why this whole thing
And they're
happened.
showing courage and conviction and character in doing that.
Okay.
And we'll see what happens over the next few days, over the next few weeks. But the
For
one thing
sure.
I know is clear.
Oh, yeah.
That Texas Democrats are fighting for the people.
All right. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. Obstructionist fleeing, talk about bravery. Well, I guess so. And anyway, yeah, showing up by they're showing up by leaving. And I forgot nothing whenever Biden was president. Well, here's the thing is that the Republicans control the fucking executive branch. They control the Senate. They control the House. They control everything. That's how they've passed the big, beautiful bill. It's because they run the entire fucking show. And so guess what? By the time they're done with this, you know what I think is going to happen?
To the people of
I don't think there's going to be another Democrat that's going to get voted on for a while. Because the issue is that I think they're going to take so many fucking votes away from them and so many of these places away from them, they're not going to be able to win at all. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yeah, they're going to shut them the fuck out. And the Democrats, I wish that was true. Well, we'll see what happens. Do you feel like they should get rid of the two-party system? Well, they are. They're about about to right now. That's what's happening. Yeah, democracy manifest. Yes, it's democracy, obviously. And let's see if I can find the rest. The For the People Act is a bill in the United States Congress going to expand voting rights and ban partisan gerrymandering. So they're going to just simply enforce the rule on the people that they don't like and then not enforce it on the people that they do like. This is insane. Well, there it is, guys. I'll see if there's any more information about this, but then we'll look at some other stuff too. And yeah, death in America as we know it. Well, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not really trying to get into any of those, like, hyperbole or anything like that. But they just fled in a $47 million Embracer jet. The jet's cost $17,000 per man. There they go. That's just too bad, huh? Climate change is real. Yeah, sure. I guess they're posting about that. The Texas Democrats have blocked redistricting vote by breaking a quorum, and Texas lawmakers now passed a motion to issue arrest warrants for them. And you can see why are there no reds? Oh, God. Yep, well, there it is, guys. And, yeah, climate change jet escaped. Yeah, well, there it is. And, yeah, because they're in New York. Yeah, I guess so. And let's see here. Not terminated. Yes, I don't like the bias, but I believe Democrats reap what they sow. Again, this is just what happens. Arrest warrants have been approved for the Democrats. If they actually go and arrest them.
Being 85 ayes and 6 nays, the motion prevails. The sergeant at arms and any officer appointed by her.
What was it by? 85 to 6?
Being 85 ayes and 6 nays, the motion prevails. The sergeant at arms and any officers appointed by her are directed to send for all absentees whose attendance is not excused for purposes of securing and maintaining their attendance under warrant of arrest if necessary until further order of the House.
Nobody's getting arrested, bro? I don't think they're going to get arrested either. I do think it's political theater, but to be fair, it's a pretty funny show. And where's the rest of these here? If I can find any more of these, then yes, this is, bro, these are the same people. Musk steals, false, lies. Oh, God. I remember, dude, watching this was so fucking funny to me. Yeah, it's some Texas barbecue. The hand paddles? Yes, exactly, the hand paddles. And I'll see if there's any new information about this for them to just sign the motion to put the call on the House as the first step before issuing warrants to bring the Democrats back to Texas. They're actually arresting them. Or they're actually going to maybe do. I don't know if they will, right? I have a very, very, I don't know. Why is this even on here? Very, very possible chance this might happen.
Midterms. If Donald Trump is allowed to do this, if he is allowed to once again cheat and get away with it.
Everybody is cheating. This is, oh God. They can't arrest them because they aren't in the state. They can get can't they extradite them or something like that?
There is no stopping this. This will spread across the country.
This is un-American?
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, that's the whole, like, wow, you're finally getting it. Yeah, duh.
And this is undemocratic. Republicans are stealing our democracy right before our very eyes.
But with Democrats out of the state, the vote that was scheduled to take place during the state's special session is at risk.
We know that you are making great sacrifices to resist the power grab that's being perpetrated by Donald Trump, by Governor Abbott, and by Texas Republicans. We will not let power go unchecked.
Right. It's crazy how when these people lose a vote, it's undemocratic. Isn't that nuts? This is how Civil War starts. Democrats are at it again. This is what happened to Republicans in the 90s. It's political theater, changing of the guard. I guess so. And they lost an election, the democratic process. U.S. Marshals can't arrest them outside of the state. They aren't accused of a crime by the legislation. Well, I don't know. Maybe when they come back, they'll get arrested. I feel like they need to at least arrest one of them, right?
Or let your voices and their voices go unheard.
DNC Chair Ken Martin displaying his support for Texas Democrats as well, saying, quote, for weeks we've been warning that if Republicans in Texas want a showdown to cravenly protect Trump from an inevitable midterm meltdown, then we give them that showdown. The DNC is proud to support these legislators in standing up and showing real leadership. The proposal at issue could net 5 new GOP seats, redrawing lines to include more Republican-leaning areas in cities like Dallas and in Houston. We're going to see how it all plays out 3 p.m. in Texas. Back over to you.
Man.
All right, Todd, thank you.
Wow.
You know, it's amazing to listen to Democrats complain about this. Nobody has mastered the gerrymandering game more than Democrats have, but I do think it's
It doesn't matter who's it's a scam no matter what. I mean, let's be honest. Isn't it ironic they're saying Republicans are tearing down democracy when the Democrats are literally leaving to stop a vote that they would lose? I mean, this is the same thing they said. This is like, it's a threat to democracy, the fact that people voted for Trump. Like, everything is a threat to democracy whenever they're losing. that people voted for Trump. Like, everything is a threat to democracy whenever they're losing. Like, that's just how it is.
So telling. What makes people mount the barricades? Is it
yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, I think that a lot of the crying and getting mad about the idea of democracy it kind of falls apart when you remember that, you know, they changed the presidential candidate without any vote. Like, the Democrats didn't get to vote on who they were going to have representing them for 2024 election. They just decided it was Kamala Harris.
Problems that their constituents are suffering through, or is it just their access to power? Well, they mount the barricades over their own power.
Well, they could have retained power if they played ball. This was always going to happen if the moderate Dems left and were replaced by, progressives there. There's been...
So are they just going to get rid of all the Democrats and just replace them with Republicans? Like, I feel like that would be... Like, that... That's pretty crazy.
Many of times where, past representatives said, okay, we'll give and take with the Republicans. And so they allowed them to keep their drone area because there was a way to
California's going to redistrict now and gain 9 blue seats. Fuck around and find out. No, they're not, because Trump is going to use some law against it to where they can't do it. There's apparently some federal law that stops them from redistricting. So he's going to apply the law to them, but not to Texas. Like, it's
government with them. But now that you have the Crockett's of the world who don't want to play ball, they don't want to work for their constituents of both parties. Yeah. Now the Republicans are like, okay, kick rocks.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see where this goes. So he's got the threat out there to remove them if they don't return.
You're asking a question, how is that fair? It's not about being fair. It's about winning.
Today, but by the way, if they don't return today and they wait, he can start another special session, and that timeline starts over again. They'll have to go home eventually and go back.
Well, he can also call the Texas Rangers and DPS to come pull their tails back to the state of Texas. He does have that authority as well. Hopefully it doesn't escalate to that, but they have chosen these offices, and it is part of the law in Texas.
And you make a really great point about the idea about working together. And again, Democrats have met. Nobody knows how to gerrymander more than Democrats. They have mastered the art of gerrymandering, and they have for a long time. One of the problems with districts that look as crazy as the ones that Democrats have mastered in the gerrymandering process is you wind up with these extreme districts as opposed to sort of...
The thing is that as all of this is happening, I wonder if they're ever going to win another election. Like, the campaign and the party promises are, trans kids stuff, fucking we hate America. They're losing, they're getting their representation that's getting fucking eaten away by, like, gerrymandering. They're trying to put some of them in jail. Like, it's just, yeah, their approval rating is at, like, a historic all-time low. It's bad, guys. It's really fucking... It's bad, guys. It's really fucking bad. It's a mess, yeah. As on the electorate's generally stupid, they can win again, sadly, unless Trump really... no, I don't think that if they... I don't think you understand. If they redraw these rules, and especially so, like, basically, there's this big thing that they have. I don't really fully understand this, I'm going to be honest. But, like, basically, there's a law that allows them, prevents them from doing certain type of gerrymandering and certain type of redistricting because of racial reasons. There's a good chance the Supreme Court removes that rule. If that rule gets removed, the Democrats are deleted. That's it. They're cooked. It's over. And so that's it. Yeah, that's literally all there is to it. They won't even have the ability to vote for them anyway.
Or normalized districts where people...
the base is getting deported. Yeah, exactly. And then that's another thing that they can do, is if they change the way the census works to not count people who aren't citizens confirmed, and they can do that, by the way. Of course they can do that. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They control the whole government. So if they do that, that takes even more power away from them. I'm not seeing the problem. I'm not saying, I mean, I think that this is definitely, like, it's not a great thing that they're doing this, but at the same time, I don't really have, like, a lot of love lost for this happening, because it's just, it's just politics, right? Obviously, they're going to do whatever they can. Should the Republicans learn Karen-mandering? Well, they are. They're using it right now.
Are forced to actually not just represent some...
Bro, people say Clarence Thomas is going to get rid of the race-based redistricting and then retire so Trump can replace him with someone who's just as based. It will be like his last, like his final act. You know, like, one more thing.
Extreme, side of their, whether it's right or left, but actually you have to, like, work together because you have to work for all your constituents. It actually turns out that makes for probably better, more effective people in Congress.
I love how they're justifying it. See, like, Fox News is trying to justify this stuff and say, like, oh, well, this is the way it's supposed to work or whatever. No, I don't think so at all. I think the only reason why they're doing this is an obvious, very clear, very obvious power play. They are trying to do a power play. That is 100% what the goal is. And guess what? I think it might actually work. That's what's insane about it. Yeah, stinks on a plane, I guess so. This is the beginning of Trump's third tour. Well, that's the thing. No, I think you need 60%, 70% to change a constitutional amendment. Yeah, Texas House voted to allow the arrest warrants. Yeah, I know. I'll be right back. Give me a second. So yeah, this is kind of what's happening. I guess we're gonna have to wait and see. 2/3 of Congress and 3/4 of the state legislatures to ratify an amendment. Well, they're gonna have to put a lot more Democrats in jail. Yep, they're going to have to do that, but they've got 2 years. They've really got 3.5 years to do that. So, by that time, it's going to happen. Remember, this is all coming from a group that added millions of illegals so they'll never lose power ever again. Priceless. Exactly. This was 100% the play by Democrats. They were trying to bring in a bunch of illegals and hopefully use that to solidify their power dynamic inside of politics. That's absolutely what it was. And you try to play those games, hey, listen, to fill the swing states, absolutely. You do that, well, that's what you get. Yeah, illegals can't vote. You don't understand. It's not about how can illegals vote? No, that's not how it works. It's not about voting. It's about the population census increasing the amount of representation they have in the representative government in the House. That's the reason why they do it. It's more than that. And then you also have the generational long game that happens. And also they're trying to probably allow some of them to become citizens too. So bring them in, create a problem that's untenable, and then create a solution that allows the people to vote. And then after that, the people that vote will probably vote for you because you solved the problem. That's it.
This is Anton, and today we're going. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss a somewhat intriguing experiment conducted by scientists from MIT University, and specifically a fascinating experiment involving quantum mechanics, revisiting one of the most iconic and mind-bending concepts when it comes to light: light's dual nature. The idea behind light being potentially both particle and a wave, and the idea that was explored as far back as 100 years ago. But as I guess the title of the video suggests, in this particular experiment, researchers were able to prove Einstein incorrect. And yet the title was basically clickbait, but honestly it's kind of true. And so let's discuss this experiment and what it means in a bit more detail. But first, let's briefly discuss the double-slit experiment, in case you're not sure what it's all about. And this is a really old experiment. The original experiment was conducted by British scientist Thomas Young in 1801, so 225 years ago from when I'm making this video. But the original design was to prove that light behaves like a wave. And in this experiment, a beam of light, or in more modern versions, a beam of electrons, or really any other particle, is directed at a barrier with two narrow slits. And on the other side of the barrier there's a screen that detects the location where particles arrive. And so if particles behave like tiny balls, you would expect two lines on the detector, essentially corresponding to two open slits. But when using lasers, or when using light, instead we get a pattern containing bright and dark fringes, referred to as interference pattern. You can see it appearing in this particular video, showing us the electron buildup in the classical double-slit experiment. And so in essence it would resemble something like this, or even something like this, with this pattern arising because each particle behaves like a wave passing through both slits simultaneously. And those waves interfere with each other, reinforcing in some places, which produces bright fringes, or cancelling, which produces dark fringes. And remarkably, this interference pattern remains even when particles are fired one at a time, suggesting that each particle somehow interferes with itself and not just other particles, with this experiment fundamentally showing us that observing which slit the particle passes through can change the outcome, or it can basically collapse the wave-like behavior into particle-like behavior. And this is the core principle of quantum mechanics, and of course led to the concept of wave-particle duality, the fundamental principle that suggests that all particles have both particle and wave properties. And so here, just to summarize the main discoveries, these two slits will produce an interference pattern and not just two bands, and this pattern results from the wave interference of particle waves. But by measuring which slit the particle passes through, we'll actually destroy interference and make particles behave like particles. And this experiment has been tested with a lot of stuff: photons, electrons, and even larger particles like actual molecules. And so for decades this experiment has been the cornerstone of quantum physics, demonstrating that light, and indeed all matter, behaves like both particles and waves. But it also presented us with that paradox. The paradox that you can never observe both properties at the same time. And so for example, if you try to see the path of a photon, its wave-like interference seems to vanish. And it was actually in the 20th century that this bizarre phenomenon was discovered. The strange disappearance of the interference pattern was really only observed in the early 1900s. And by itself,
18, Lil Tay dropped her and within 3 hours, she allegedly made over $1 million. Let that sit with you. Former child star who was once a victim of internet exploitation is now being rewarded for entering the adult industry the moment she became legal.
So it's my 18th birthday on July 29th, and every mail has been counting down to it and literally telling me to drop the link the second I turn 18. Girlies, what do you think? Should I do it?
Can you even imagine how shameless someone has to be? Most teenagers, when they turn 18, want to celebrate with their family, create memories, do something meaningful. But this girl, she literally warned men online that she's turning 18 soon and dropped her own link. She counted down the days like it was a launch event, counted down to sell her own body. This was supposed to be a special age, a fresh chapter. Instead, she turned it into a disgusting circus. And the worst part? Her whole family is broken. And not in a sad way, in a dangerously manipulative way. Her mother and brother already ruined her childhood by pushing her into fake online fame. They even faked her death just to make her relevant again. Now, she's accusing her own father of crazy things like posting creepy ads on Craigslist, forcing her to wear revealing clothes, creating a home environment so bad that CPS had to get involved.
You swatted my house, you psycho. Abusive father, Chris Hope, swatted me to prevent me from continuing to expose his misogyny, abusive behavior, and domestic violence. You cannot stop me. You cannot silence me. This is not just for myself, but for all girls and women.
Whether those allegations are true or not, think about the timing. When she was underage, she destroyed her dad's reputation with public accusation. But now that she's 18, the father says, she's an adult now, I can't do anything. Yeah, no kidding. He literally can't, because if he says anything wrong, if he even tries to influence her, she could twist it, spin it, and throw him in jail, legally. That's the kind of power this girl holds now, and it's terrifying. The same girl who dragged her family through controversy, who made the internet believe she was dead for clout, and who now promotes herself like an object, is being cheered on by millions. Why? Because she knows money is everything in this world now. Not values, not truth, just clout, clicks, and cash. And in her eyes, family doesn't matter. Dignity doesn't matter. Only the next viral moment does.
Y'all already know what the going on. Lil Tay's dropping the youngest link of the century. Mark your calendars tomorrow, 3 p.m. EST. And nobody, including my family, including the grown-ass haters, is gonna stop me. You know why? Lil Tay rich and finna get richer.
This type of girl is literally ruining today's society and destroying the youth. Just think about it. Young people are watching this and saying, oh, so this is the easy way to make money? Lil Tay didn't come up with this plan on her own. She copied the playbook of Bad Baby, the Catch Me Outside girl, who made millions by opening an OnlyFans account the moment she turned 18.
You recently started an OnlyFans account, correct? Is it true you made over $1 million in your first 6 hours?
Yes.
And now Lil Tay is teasing the same thing. She posted a picture saying, should I recreate this on OF? She even admitted, everyone's counting down to my 18th birthday asking me to drop the link. What the hell is this? This is not a celebration of adulthood. It's a marketing campaign to yourself from money. And young people are watching. They're thinking, why would I work hard at a job like McDonald's, KFC, or a call center when I can just sit at home and make 100 times more by doing this? Think about it. If someone earns just $5 to $10 per hour working at McDonald's, and then they see Lil Tay or Bad Baby making millions in just 3 to 6 hours, can you imagine how fast and effortless that looks? It doesn't even feel like a real job. No industry, no hard work, no 9-to-5 grind. So why would people stay inspired to walk the right path? They'll choose the wrong path because it gives faster money. People are rightfully criticizing this issue right now because the situation has become absolutely disgusting.
OF and the whole corn industry is absolutely disgusting business. It's disgusting. Like, they're trying to bait in EDPs. That's the craziest part. Because at the end of that TikTok, she said, to y'all that have been pre-ordering since 2018, thank y'all, or something like that. Like, that is weird. And that's really the target audience, which is kind of crazy.
And honestly, I believe girls like this are directly affecting the youth in the worst possible way. They're pushing young people toward the wrong mindset where fast money matters more than dignity, respect, or real work. And because of them, society is getting dirtier. Not just online, but mentally too. The values are fading and people are starting to normalize things that should never be normal. This is how morality dies. This is how a generation gets brainwashed into believing money is the only thing that matters. Not respect, not dignity, not even mental health. Yes, they might become rich, but at what cost? Their reputation is gone, their career options are limited, and their family ties are completely destroyed. Just look at Lil Tay. Her own mother and brother used her like a product, faked her death to get views. They push her into the spotlight with chaos and lies. And now, she's throwing false allegations at her own father while he stands there helpless because legally she's 18 and he can't say or do anything. Where's the love in this family? Where's the peace? There's nothing. Just scams, manipulation, and viral chaos. If this is what fame looks like, if this is what making it looks like in 2025, then we're not building influencers. We're building disasters. And not just that. You remember there was another girl, Sophie Rain, who made $43 million in a single year using this same platform. Think about that.
Yeah, and I won't break your phone. I actually like kind of tearing up. $4 million? $4 million in a month?
Even Joe Rogan called it out on his podcast. He openly criticized girls like this and the whole system that promotes it. Even the creator Derek was sitting right there when Joe questioned the entire concept.
A lot of tweets that are irrelevant to porn. It'll just be like, that's cool, but have you seen my... It'll be like some chick promoting her only... That's so common now. And I just like... The discourse is like... half infested at this point.
They had this one lady who was saying she made $40 million this year on
oh yeah, that's nuts.
40 million. Sure, she's a virgin. Sure, she's a 23-year-old big-titted version, the only one that exists in the whole world.
Want to shit on these chicks for being like, essentially,
right?
But like, if she was actually a virgin and she's posting like almost nude but not quite, but making a bunch of money off it,
yeah,
there's like two contradictory things going on right now.
Yeah, she wins, but the problem is, I mean, I don't want to tell anybody to not do anything. Like, ladies, you do what you want, you do you. If I was a young pretty girl, I'd probably be on.
I completely agree with Joe Rogan on this point. Girls like Lil Tay, Bad Baby, and Sophie Rain are promoting a lifestyle that should never be the inspiration for the younger generation, especially teenagers. They're glamorizing something that's dangerous, shallow, and damaging. And the worst part, they're using the law to protect themselves. They know exactly how far they can go, and the law can't stop them. That's why we, as a society, need to wake up. People need to change their mindset and stop blindly supporting this kind of content. If we really care about our children and the future of the youth, then we have to reject this behavior, stop treating these people like celebrities, and stop feeding the system that rewards this. What do you think? Do you agree we're heading in the wrong direction with this?
So this was a bit perplexing. Why would light act like a wave when unobserved, but become a particle when suddenly we measure its path? And so for some reason the act of observation fundamentally changes the reality of what's being observed. And naturally this created a lot of different propositions in the early 1900s, with the most famous friendly debate being between two titans of physics, Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr. And in 1927, Einstein proposed another one of his famous thought experiments. This was referred to as the Gedanken experiment, trying to catch light in the act of being both a wave and a particle simultaneously. And here Einstein argued that if a photon passes through one of two slits, it would most likely impart a tiny force, or I guess a tiny influence, on the slit itself. And Einstein believed that by detecting this subtle force, it might be possible to calculate photon's path or its particle nature, while still observing the interference pattern representing the wave nature. In other words, he proposed that it should be possible to observe both particle properties and wave properties. But this was against Niels Bohr's propositions. This was against quantum physics. Quantum mechanical models were all based on the uncertainty principle, and Bohr demonstrated that if you gained enough information to determine the path of the photon, the very act of obtaining this information would inevitably wash out any interference pattern. In other words, you cannot observe the light and expect it to show you all of its properties. And since then, most of the quantum experiments so far have showed this to be more or less correct. But this new experiment from the scientists at MIT were finally able to definitively show this using an idealized setup. You can find the study by Wolfgang Ketterle and a team from the MIT in the description below. But here, instead of using traditional slits, they actually used individual ultra-cold atoms, with each of them acting as a kind of a slit. Or essentially, each of these individual atoms would be scattering photons coming from various lasers. And the experiment involved preparing a sample of 10,000 ultra-cold atoms using lithium-7 and dysprosium-162. Here they relied on what's known as Mott insulating slate with an optical lattice that allowed them to arrange the atoms with an even spacing and essentially crystal-like configuration, with every single atom having identical isolation and distance. And the atoms were also cooled down to microkelvin in temperature, just a little bit hotter than absolute zero. And then came the lasers. But here they had to use an extremely weak beam of light in order not to disturb the structure. And the point was for each of these atoms to at most scatter just one photon. And this would produce what's known as Rayleigh scattering, or the simplest possible situation involving an atomic two-level system, or the simplest possible situation involving atoms and a little bit of excitation. And the goal was pretty simple. They wanted to observe how a single photon scatters off two adjacent atoms, simulating the light passing through two slits. But they wanted to observe two different phenomena, coherent and incoherent light scattering. Or just to simplify this, here the scientists could adjust the quantum fuzziness of the atom and change the uncertainty in their position. And so essentially here the scientists could control the wave-like or the particle-like behavior of various photons. And this was done by holding these atoms, by shining lasers at them, which would then act like a spring. And so by tuning this laser, they could either loosen or tighten the atom's confinement, changing the fuzziness of individual atoms, which essentially allowed them to control the photon's path and also provided them with information about each individual photon. And so this atomic fuzziness, or in more scientific terms, spatial delocalization of wave packets, contributed to how different photons would be scattered. And so when the scientists increased the atomic positional uncertainty, they observed that the photons behaved like waves, but when the atoms were precisely localized, photons started to act like particles, with scientists confirming that the scattering intensity was exactly the same in both scenarios, or confirming that these springs don't seem to matter, thus suggesting that Einstein's explanation was incorrect. And this observation perfectly matches all of the quantum theory predictions, providing the necessary validation for Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and suggesting that it's impossible to measure two properties at the same time. And so here, when we measure photons interacting with atoms, in order to, for example, discover their path, the fundamental uncertainty between position and momentum seems to create some kind of a trade-off. And the more precision you expect, the more we disturb the momentum, which seems to collapse the wave-like interference. With this experiment definitively confirming that this is not just some kind of a limitation of measurements, but seems to be an intrinsic quantum property. And this was determined by seeing that all of the light scattered between atoms was only partially coherent, and this partial coherence seemed to depend on the entanglement between light and the atomic motion. Or just to once again simplify all of this, here the team from MIT showed that these ultra-cold atoms acting as slits were not producing any spring effects in order to affect light's wave-particle duality. And what truly mattered in this particular experiment was the fuzziness of the atom itself, or basically how certain or uncertain its location seems to be. And so if the atom is much fuzzier, it's a lot more likely to interact with the photon, providing us some information about the path of the photon. And because in this case researchers used 10,000 atoms in order to increase the chance for this slit-like interaction, here the signals were quite easily detected, and the results were pretty substantial. And so this was definitely a really intriguing representation of the classical double-slit experiment, confirming fundamental principles of quantum mechanics. But the experiment itself is also important for scientists studying quantum mechanics, because here by using these single atom wave packets and optical lattices, it potentially opens up new avenues for a lot of similar experiments and investigations, with scientists behind this particular study already planning a new experiment using even more complexity. For example, using atoms in superposition states, or using two-atom wave packets that can potentially present us with new interactions between atoms, allowing researchers to study scattering effects on phenomena like coherence. And so here the MIT team did not just reconfirm something we already knew, but to some extent showed us something even deeper. They showed us why light behaves the way it does by using a completely new setup and a new elegant experiment that will most likely lead to new discoveries in quantum physics. But I guess for now at least, that's all I wanted to mention. I mean, by itself, this experiment doesn't actually show us anything new or anything groundbreaking, but it does confirm the fundamental principles in quantum physics, and once again reminds us that Einstein was not always correct. And so approximately 100 years after the initial debate, we have the definitive proof of central ideas in quantum theory, and specifically the idea that physical matter, including light, can exist as both wave and a particle, but observing one of the forms causes the other to disappear. But I'm sure we'll hear more about similar experiments and additional discoveries in some of the future videos. And so until then, check out some of the previous videos on quantum physics in the description below. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads, and can DM me directly, or by joining the channel membership that grants you early access, or maybe by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Switzerland, where I visited the most insane place on Earth, CERN. Hidden beneath Geneva, Switzerland, there is a 27-kilometer long tunnel buried 100 meters underground that is colder and emptier than outer space. Inside it, particles are accelerated to nearly the speed of light, circling the loop 11,000 times per second before they are smashed together at temperatures 100,000 times hotter than the sun's core. These collisions recreate the exact conditions from the very birth of our universe, the Big Bang. CERN is probably the only place in the entire universe where such insane science happens, and by the end of this video, you're gonna understand exactly how it all works.
The Large Hadron Collider.
The God particle. Mini versions of the Big Bang.
Oh my god. I was so excited for this trip because honestly, CERN has been the one experiment on Earth that I've been obsessed with since I was a child. They are basically using these massive particle smashers as the world's most advanced microscopes to try and figure out what actually makes up you and me. But for us to understand how they actually do all of that insane science, we need to head down into the tunnel. Over the last few years of making videos, I've noticed that so many of you believe in space myths without even realizing it. So I'm here to set the story straight. When you look at the sky around sunset time and have a look at the sun, what color does it appear to be? Most people would say yellow, orange, or red, and even in many of the images and animations that we tend to see, the sun appears as this big yellow ball of glowing plasma. But in reality, the sun is not yellow. The sun emits light across all of the visible colors in the electromagnetic spectrum at pretty much the same strength. This means the sun is just as much violet or green as it is yellow. And when you add all of those colors together, you get white light. So really, the sun is white. But if it's white, then why does the sun appear to be yellow or even red in our sky? This is really just due to our atmosphere, because light towards the blue end of the spectrum has shorter wavelengths than the light towards the red end, and shorter wavelengths of light are more easily scattered by molecules in the atmosphere. This means the red, orange, and yellow photons of light from the sun can pass through the atmosphere undisturbed, going straight into your eye, while the blue, green, and violet light gets bounced around off the molecules in the atmosphere. And that is why the sky looks blue and the sun looks yellow. I know that you've likely heard of the infamous Dark Side of the Moon before, likely due to Pink Floyd's album. But there is no Dark Side of the Moon. This one really boils my blood. And here's the key. Our moon is tidally locked to the Earth. This just means that it rotates at the same rate that it orbits us, meaning it always keeps one side facing us. And this is why the moon always looks the same every every single night. This is an image of the far side of the moon, and as you can see, it's completely illuminated. We just can't see it. But there are some benefits to the fact that it never faces us. Astronomers have proposed the idea of building a radio telescope on the far side of the moon using a crater as the dish. This would be the ideal location for a radio telescope because it's so far away from the noise here on Earth. I can make a full video about that mission in the future if you're interested. Okay, here are 3 quickfire ones that I want to get through in less than a minute. Are you ready? Movies always show flying through the asteroid belt as this crazy mission where you have to dodge all of these huge rocks. But in reality, the asteroids are so far apart that you literally never even have to worry about hitting one. The chances of flying through the asteroid belt and randomly hitting an asteroid are so low, less than 1 in a billion, so no space missions even consider it when they launch. Next, I've heard lots of people say that the sun is a burning ball of fire in the sky. And this is not true. The sun is not on fire as there is no oxygen in space to fuel the fire. The radiation and heat that we experience from the sun is a result of nuclear fusion in the core of the sun. And finally, there's a common misconception that because Mercury is the closest planet to the sun, it's also the hottest. This is wrong. Venus is the hottest planet in the solar system at 465 degrees Celsius compared to Mercury's daytime temperature of just 430 degrees Celsius. This is because Venus's atmosphere is filled with CO2 and thick sulfuric acid clouds, causing an intense greenhouse effect that warms the planet. Okay, here's a fun one. Black holes don't suck. This is a common misconception because we always picture black holes as these massive vacuum cleaners consuming everything in their path. But that's just not true. Black holes are just objects like the Earth or the Sun, they just have extremely strong gravity. To prove that black holes don't suck, let's replace our Sun with a black hole of identical mass and see what happens. Nothing changed. Of course, after 8 minutes and 20 seconds, our skies would go dark. But gravitationally, these situations are exactly identical. We would continue to orbit the black hole in just as stable an orbit for billions of years without being sucked in. And this fact is actually what helped us to locate the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A star at the center of our Milky Way galaxy. Before we had a picture of the black hole, all we had were these observations showing stars in orbit around the black hole. They were being whipped around violently, but they were not being sucked into the center of the black hole. So next time someone tells you that black holes are these monsters sucking everything in, you can correct them with the truth. I want to quickly take a moment to thank the sponsor of today's video, Delete Me, and I'm genuinely excited to tell you about it. I've recently been receiving tons of spam calls and emails over the last few months, and it really started to annoy me. So I've been looking into how I can get my name and number removed from these lists that data brokers sell to these companies. And you can do it, but the problem is you would need to contact hundreds of these data brokers to get your name individually removed. And I just don't have the time for that. And that's when Delete Me reached out. They offer a hands-free subscription service that prevents your personal information from being sold online. So I signed up and I've been using it, and they've already searched through 1,000 listings and removed my name wherever it's been found. I genuinely would recommend checking them out, and I've been receiving noticeably less spam calls since I've started using them. So head to joindeleteme.com/AstroKobe and use code AstroKobe and you'll get 20% off your subscription. Now let's get back to some space myths that you probably believe. Another really common space myth is that nothing ever leaves a black hole. We are always told that once you enter the black hole, there is no going back and you will be stuck in there forever. You will never be able to come out because not even light can escape the pull of the singularity. And that is kind of true, but it's not quite right, and we have Stephen Hawking to thank for that. According to Hawking's theories, black holes are not perfectly black. They emit a small stream of particles. This radiation, known as Hawking radiation, could eventually remove all of its energy and mass, causing them to disappear over time. And how this happens is actually kind of beautiful. We often think of the empty vacuum of space as, well, just that, empty. But empty space is really filled with these quantum fields. These fields govern the laws of our universe and give the fundamental particles their properties. This sounds a bit confusing, and honestly, it is, so I'll give you the common intuitive explanation. Just know that the real in-depth explanation has more nuance, and I'll probably discuss it in a later video. Quantum mechanics tells us that this empty vacuum is actually filled with virtual particles that pop in and out of existence in matter-antimatter pairs. Think an electron and a positron popping into existence for a tiny period of time before hitting each other and annihilating again. Now, because this happens so quickly, these virtual particle pairs fail to ever become real, detectable particles. But at the very edge of a black hole, something weird happens. If a pair that's right on the event horizon pops into existence and the negative particle falls in, they both instantly become real particles. The negative one falling towards the singularity of the black hole, and the positive one being emitted as what we then see as Hawking radiation. The negative particles make the black hole lose its energy over time, hence the myth. Energy does leave the black hole via Hawking radiation. Granted, this does take billions and billions of years, and if you entered one, you're not coming out. You've probably heard before that space is a cold, dark, freezing abyss, but this is a myth. Space doesn't actually have a temperature at all. This is because temperature is just a measurement of how quickly particles are moving around, and since the vacuum of space has approximately no particles, it has no temperature. So how hot you would be in space really just depends on where you are. If you were near a star like our sun, you would be bathed in radiation, causing your atoms to heat up. Astronauts in orbit experience crazy temperatures due to the sun's radiation. The side of their body exposed to the sun is 100 to 250 degrees Celsius, while the side that's in the shade plummets to minus 250 degrees. So no, space is not cold. As a matter of fact, that gives us our next space myth. This idea that humans would just explode if they were in space without their spacesuit on. So if we teleported you into space right this second, what would happen? The first problem would be the lack of atmospheric pressure keeping your body together. So all of the air in your body would be immediately evacuated out into space. If you held your breath, your lungs would explode, killing you. You would have oxygen left in your blood for about 20 seconds, after which you would pass out. Your blood would then begin literally boiling, turning your blood into a vapor and causing you to inflate like a silly little balloon. You'd become more than 2 times your normal size. You would last around a minute. Any longer than that and you'd be gone forever. But my main point is, you wouldn't just immediately explode in space because of the vacuum. Okay, this is a fun one that I didn't even know before I started making this video. When you see a comet flying through the sky with a bright tail behind it like this, you probably think that the tail tells us the direction it's flying in, but that's not true. These tails are made up of dust and rocks that fall off the comet as a result of the heating by the sun. The solar radiation pressure actually pushes all of this dust away from the sun, creating a directional tail. So the next time you see a comet, I want you to remember that the tail is just pointing away from the sun, not in the direction that the comet is moving. Despite what you've been told your whole life, space is not actually quiet. Seriously, we all know that sound travels as a pressure wave through a medium, right? When I talk, your speakers play the sound of my voice, which then pushes the air molecules in just the right way that your ear then receives and interprets as sound. But in the vacuum of space, there is no air to convey this pressure wave as sound. So that's correct. In the vacuum of space, there is no sound. But all of space is not a perfect vacuum. For example, in this region around a black hole, there is gas and dust capable of conveying these pressure waves. NASA released this sonification recording of what the black hole would sound like, and it's pretty terrifying. And as a quick side fact, we should be pretty glad that the vacuum of space is silent. Because if it weren't, and sound could just travel through space like light, the sun would be louder than a jackhammer and we would all be deaf. You've probably heard that time is a constant of the universe, but Einstein showed that's not entirely correct. Einstein's theory of special relativity shows us that how quickly something moves space directly affects both its mass and time. An object in motion relative to some observer experiences something known as time dilation. If the object moves fast, it experiences time slowed down. The astronaut Scott Kelly spent nearly 5 years on board the ISS. In 2015, Scott was in space, moving much quicker than his twin brother Mark, who was down here on Earth. And due to this time dilation, after the full year of traveling at an orbital velocity, Mark had aged to be 5 milliseconds older than Scott. But the ISS only travels at 0.0026% the speed of light. So if Scott had instead left the Earth in a spaceship traveling at 99% the speed of light and came back 5 years later, Mark would have aged 50 years in that time. So no, time is not a constant, unchanging quality of the universe. When I show you this video of the moon going through its phases, a lot of you will that time. So no, time is not a constant, unchanging quality of the universe. When I show you this video of the moon going through its phases, a lot of you will probably think that the phases are being caused by the Earth's shadow that's being cast across the moon. But that's not true. The phases of the moon are actually just caused by the sun only being able to illuminate the section facing it at any given time. Throughout the month, as the moon orbits around the Earth, different sections face the sun, giving us the phases that we see. The only time we see Earth's shadow on the surface of the moon is during a lunar eclipse. Okay, here's a fun one. A lot of people believe that because light is made of photons and photons are massless, then light is not affected by gravity. But this is not true. Gravity created by massive objects bends space-time. The more massive the object is, the more space-time is distorted. And because photons of light can only travel in a straight line through space, when they travel through this section of intensely warped space-time, they can appear to bend and turn. We know this because when we look at massive objects like black holes, galaxies, or galaxy clusters, we see huge distortion effects known as gravitational lensing. This is when the light from a distant object is warped and bent by a massive object between us and the source of the light. This has profound implications and allows us to observe extremely distant galaxies that have been warped and intensified by this process. It's also one of the only ways that we can observe and detect stellar mass black holes. Black holes are the scariest, strangest, and most horrifying objects in our universe. So what if I threw you into one? And I mean that. Einstein is said to have described these beasts as where God divided by zero when he predicted their existence. He didn't even really believe that they existed in our universe. But we found them. So let's do it. Let's send you on a journey plunging into a black hole and watch how the laws of physics begin to break down and some of the most mind-blowing phenomena occur. Now, as you watch this video, I need you to remember just one thing. This is not science fiction. This is real physics, and at times it might be hard to believe, but I can prove it. Are you ready? When massive, extremely dense stars get to the end of their lives, they collapse and leave behind nothing. There is no surface to walk on, no physical surface to touch. What it creates is known as a singularity, a single mysterious point in space-time that is said to have infinite density and therefore infinite gravity. Einstein's general theory of relativity really gives us one revolutionary idea. Gravity is not a force acting on objects. It's simply just space-time itself, bending as a result of an object's mass. It completely explains how we are in orbit around the sun, and perhaps more interestingly, why black holes are even black. Like I said, when you are looking at this black hole, there is no physical black surface out there in space. The singularity hidden inside is simply so dense that space-time is warped so much that it creates a well with vertical walls. This makes it impossible for anything, even light, to escape. Because to escape something with this much gravity would require you to go faster than the speed of light, which we both know is impossible. When Einstein looked at this result, he wasn't convinced that nature would allow something this ridiculous to exist. In 1939, he published a paper arguing that this idea of a star collapsing into a singularity was not convincing and didn't really occur in our universe. Ironically, that very same year, Oppenheimer, published a paper alongside fellow physicist Hartland Snyder that predicted stars really could collapse under their own gravity into a black hole. The best part about black holes is that anything can become one, and I mean that literally. Even you. Karl Schwarzschild, a German physicist, was the first one to discover an exact solution to Einstein's field equations. It's kind of simple and beautiful in a way. This is really just saying that any object of mass m, whether it's a star, a planet, or a little human, can become a black hole if it gets squished to fit inside this Schwarzschild radius r. Let's take our sun for example. If you squished all the mass in the sun down into a sphere with a radius of just 3 kilometers, you would get a black hole. What about the Earth? Well, that would be a sphere with a radius of around 9 millimeters, about the size of a marble. A human, on the other hand, would have to be squished down so unbelievably small, much smaller than even a proton. But if you did become that small, you would be a black hole. I just want to quickly thank the sponsor of today's video, Odoo. Odoo is an all-in-one business management software that empowers entrepreneurs with a range of more than 45 applications. For example, say I wanted to start selling this little guy as merch. All I need to do is sign up to Odoo and use their e-commerce builder. I just have to choose the business type and objective, pick a color palette or make one by just uploading my logo, then select whichever pages and features I want, and finally choose a theme. In just 4 steps, I have a beautiful online store that's ready to sell. Then I just have to add a product by clicking here and adding details like his name, price, any barcodes if needed, and any pictures. And just like that, it's live. You can make some adjustments by adding things like a description, and it's ready to be sold. And the best part is, if this is your first app, you'll get it completely for free for life with unlimited hosting and support, and you'll even get your own custom domain name for an entire year. So if you want to make your own free e-commerce store, just click the link at the top of the description, and thanks so much to Odoo for sponsoring this video. I think it's finally time we send you into a black hole. But which one should we pick? We could pick a small one like this, but that seems boring. Let's go bigger. What about these behemoths? These black holes have larger event horizons than our entire solar system. We are talking billions of suns worth of mass. But that's too much. Why don't we go for one a little closer to home? Sagittarius A star, the supermassive black hole in the heart of our very own Milky Way galaxy. You are orbiting it right now, and it's one of only 2 black holes that we have taken a picture of. Let's assume that you and I fly out there and park the spaceship 1 trillion meters away from the event horizon. We are going to send you out towards the black hole, and while you freefall in, I will stay on board the spaceship and watch. But here is the key fact. General relativity tells us the way time is experienced by a person near a black hole can be drastically different, because space-time is so intensely warped by the black hole. We saw that in Interstellar. So to keep track of time, we give you a special watch that will tell you how long has passed from your perspective and from my perspective back on the ship. We sync the watch and away you go on your journey for the black hole. As your journey begins, you see the distant monster rapidly consuming material, causing it to be superheated due to friction. This simulation would have taken more than a decade to run on your typical laptop. The disk in real life would be a bright blue or even white color, but in this case, it's been made orange for visibility reasons. You check your watch for the first time. Only 30 minutes has passed and you're about 0.1% of your way to the event horizon. So far, I've only gained 11 seconds back on the ship. Not too bad. Now we are getting closer. The curved spacetime around the black hole is causing all kinds of strange visual effects. Light rays from the sides and even behind the black hole are being bent around it before arriving at your eye. Let's check the time again. You've now been gone for 2 hours and you're 1.4% of the way there. I'm now 44 seconds ahead back on the ship. Slightly alarming, but nothing crazy. The shadow of the black hole, that dark region in the middle, appears to be growing quicker than we should expect, again due to that gravitational lensing effect that bends light rays that would normally pass by you into your retina. After a long time, you finally check your watch again, and what you find terrifies you. From your perspective, you left around 12 hours ago. But for me back on board the ship, I've been watching you float towards the black hole for nearly 15.5 hours. We are getting close now, and things are about to get pretty weird. But before you reach the point of no return, you come across a strange and seemingly magical place. If you were frozen in time at this one special spot and looked around, you wouldn't believe your eyes. You have arrived at the photon sphere, maybe the strangest place in our known universe. This is a region of space around the black hole where gravity is perfectly balanced, such that light can actually orbit the black hole. Not matter emitting or reflecting light, just the photons of light themselves stuck in orbit. If this light moves tangentially to the black hole, it can orbit, but any tiny variations in its path will either cause the photons to fall into the black hole or simply fly off into space. Under these very specific conditions, if you just froze at the photon sphere and looked around, you would see mirror images of yourself looking away from you. You'd see a number of copies of the back of your head staring off into space. You are literally seeing yourself essentially stood right beside you in real time with no technology or anything, just the warping of space-time itself. And here's where things get crazy. As you continue your journey, you are getting really close to the event horizon. Now we are past the photon sphere. The black hole seems to be taking up more of your view than you would expect. It kind of feels like you're being swallowed by darkness. This is because the darkness is being warped around you, showing the back and sides of the black hole's shadow in addition to the part that would normally be visible to you in flat space-time. You have now been gone for 13 hours, and in 24 minutes you will cross the event horizon. But from back on the ship, I've been watching your journey for nearly 20 whole hours now. 18 minutes later and you check again, and now I've been watching you for nearly 40 hours. The last 18 minutes for you lasted 18 hours for me. And finally, it's time. After just 6 more minutes, you cross the event horizon of the black hole. You close your eyes, take a deep breath, and look at your watch. But it seems to be broken. It's saying I've been watching you fall in for an infinite amount of time. But it's not broken. The physics is right. And I spent decades watching you slowly edge closer and closer and closer to the event horizon. Eventually, I see you become redshifted. This means I have to use an infrared telescope to even see you. I never get to see you cross the event horizon, even if I lived forever. The last 6 minutes of the journey for you literally lasts an eternity for me back on board our ship. I know this sounds like science fiction, like a complete fantasy, but it's not. It jumps right out of Einstein's equations. Now you are inside the event horizon. So what happens here? Strangely, you'd actually have a pretty hard time knowing when you cross the event horizon itself. You can still look out into the universe, seeing distant stars and even seeing our ship floating out there in space. But all of that light, just like you, is entirely destined to head to the singularity now. You are past the point of no return. That point of infinite density where our laws of physics collapse and time simply stops. To escape the pull of the singularity, you would need to travel faster than the speed of light, which we know is impossible. A common misconception is that if you looked out into the universe, this intense time dilation effect would cause you to watch the entire future history of the universe unfold in front of your eyes. But this is just not true. Due to an effect called aberration, as you get close to the singularity, you'll watch the outside universe get squished into this thin little ring. And finally, once you are close enough to the singularity, your feet would be stretched out in front of you, dislocating your body in a process known as spaghettification. You and the black hole are now one, wandering the universe together for eternity. We live on a tiny blue planet floating through space, and the universe is a mean place. We aren't as safe as you think. The universe isn't always kind to life. There are countless ways in which the Earth could be destroyed tomorrow, and some are more likely than others. And I'm not talking about the obvious stuff like asteroids hitting the Earth. So let me show you 4 of the most terrifying ways that the Earth could be destroyed literally tomorrow. And you need to be prepared, because when I learnt about the last one, I genuinely lost sleep for weeks. In the depths of the cosmos exists an object that even Einstein didn't believe existed in reality. It wanders the galaxy all alone, and if it comes near our little blue planet, it wouldn't even have to touch us to end all life on Earth for eternity. The worst part is, it's invisible. and it's not alone. It's estimated that there might be 500 million of these terrifying objects wandering our galaxy alone, and trillions more throughout the observable universe. I'm talking about rogue black holes. These are black holes that are born when massive stars reach the end of its life. The core collapses and leaves behind a black hole. This black hole will then wander the cosmos, invisible to the naked eye. There's a few methods that we can use to detect them, all of which rely on looking at how the black hole interacts with its environment. Sometimes we find them sucking matter off another star, and sometimes we see the star being whipped around the black hole by its intense gravity. Other times we actually can just find them by looking at how their gravity distorts the light behind them. This distortion effect is known as gravitational lensing. Stellar mass black holes that wander the galaxy all alone are much, much smaller than you might think. Stars like the Sun are more than 1 million kilometers wide, and giant stars like Betelgeuse can be even larger than that, more than 1 billion kilometers wide. That's as large as Jupiter's orbit around the Sun. But because black holes are the densest objects in the known universe, a black hole with a mass equal to our Sun would be just 6 kilometers wide. This makes this kind of black hole nearly impossible to detect. The closest black hole that we found is Gaia BH1, a terrifying black hole that's around 1,560 light years away. And I'm sure you're like, oh well, that's fine. I mean, there's stars that are like 4 light years away, and we aren't worried that any of them are going to come crashing into us anytime soon. And I hear you, but get this. We have only found a few dozen of these black holes ever, and we think there's 500 million of them around us. Assuming they are evenly distributed throughout the galaxy, there should be one within around 50 light years of the Earth. Now I'm sure you don't feel quite as safe, do you? If a rogue black hole did happen to enter our solar system, things would get scary quick. We would only really be able to detect the black holes by seeing the distortion of space-time around the black hole's event horizon as it journeys towards us. There are 3 ways that the black hole could destroy life on Earth in this scenario. The most obvious would of course be the black hole swallowing the Earth whole. If the black hole made direct contact with Earth, it would quickly tear us apart and consume the planet. This is the most unlikely scenario. The chances of it happening in our galaxy are about 1 in 1 billion. Another way to destroy the Earth would be if the black hole tidally disrupts our planet. This is where the black hole passes close enough to us such that the gravitational pull on the close side of the Earth is much stronger than the far side. This would lead to the planet being ripped apart and would transform the Earth into a stretched out stream of debris that looks like a piece of spaghetti, earning this process the scientific name spaghettification. The chances of this happening would be about 1 in 10 million. These odds are still small, but not that small. It's more likely than you winning the jackpot on a Powerball lottery ticket. And finally, life on Earth could be completely destroyed, even if the black hole comes nowhere near us. If it simply passed through somewhere in the vicinity of the solar system, it could disturb the orbits of all of the planets, causing Earth to be sent flying out of the solar system or even into the sun. This option is by far the most likely, There is a 1 in 10,000 chance that a black hole passes within the orbit of Jupiter over the course of the solar system's history. If we do one day discover that a black hole is on a collision course with the Earth, I personally hope that they keep it from us, because frankly, there's nothing we could do. We would just have to accept our fate. 150 million kilometers away from the Earth is our biggest friend and perhaps biggest enemy. The sun gives Earth life, but it can just as easily take it away. Roughly every 11 years, the sun goes through a cycle of getting progressively more active before calming down for a few years. And the terrifying part is, we have literally just entered into the next solar maximum just a few weeks ago. I've spoken on this channel before about how in a few billion years, the sun will run out of fuel and expand into a red supergiant, consuming the Earth. But this is not the danger I'm talking about. I'm talking about solar storms. Solar flares and coronal mass ejections are events that essentially consist of really quickly moving charged particles being ejected from the sun and shot out into space. There is constantly a stream of these particles being shot out of the sun, and this forms what we call solar wind. But these focused events can be extremely dangerous if they are aimed at the Earth. Perhaps the best example of this is back in 1859. An astronomer named Richard Carrington was tracking a really massive sunspot when all of a sudden he saw a massive white flash of light. This blinding white light flare lasted for a total of 5 minutes, and just 18 hours later, havoc ensued here on Earth. Aurora was seen all around the globe, and mining workers were awoken during the night because they thought that it was daytime. It was just so bright outside due to the aurora. Telegraph systems even caught fire despite being entirely disconnected. This would forever go on to be known as the Carrington event, the strongest geomagnetic storm in recorded history. If something like that happened today, it would likely cause millions of people to die and many trillions of dollars worth of damage. The reason these storms are so dangerous comes down to how they actually form within the sun. When we look at the sun using our modern technology, we can see these loops, tendrils, and streams of hot ionized plasma. Plasma is just atoms that have been cooked to be so hot that they lost all of their electrons, just leaving the atomic nuclei behind. And all of these explosive features are caused by the sun's magnetic field. The hot charged particles get caught in the magnetic field that's generated within the sun's surface, causing them to travel on these massive arches. We are literally seeing the magnetic field with our own eyes right there. These magnetic field lines enter and exit the surface of the sun super randomly, and because they are so strong, we often see them loop back, split apart, and then reconnect. When this happens, the particles get accelerated really quickly and kind of shot out of the sun like a slingshot, traveling through the vacuum of space at up to 9 million kilometers per hour. That's fast enough to go from New York to Tokyo in just 5 seconds. We will surely have to face one of these events sometime this century, and when we do, it will get ugly. The storm would be detected and then arrive at the Earth within 24 hours, meaning we would have just 1 day to shut the entire world's power grid off in preparation. The charged particles would rain down on Earth, pushing through our magnetosphere and reshaping our own magnetic field. Granted, the aurora would be stunning, but that's where the fun stops. Currents of electricity would be induced in the power grids, causing surges of power that result in power stations and transformers exploding. All of the communications infrastructure would be completely offline, so these fires would just continue to burn uncontrolled. Nearly everyone in the Western world would likely be without power for weeks, months, or even much longer, and those in underdeveloped countries would likely suffer for years. Millions worldwide would freeze, starve, or die of dehydration. And I know all of this sounds terrifying, but the worst part is, this is honestly the least scary way Earth could be destroyed that's being covered in this video. So take a deep breath, because things are about to get crazy. Have you ever noticed that every few months, it feels like there's a news headline saying an asteroid is about to hit the Earth or aliens have finally visited us? When it comes to space, the media is known to sensationalize science. The best tool I've found to help me consume news in a more transparent way is Ground News, the sponsor of today's video. Founded by former NASA engineer Harleen Kaur, who worked on the James Webb Space Telescope and New Horizons mission, Ground News gathers articles from all around the world in one place, showing you how different sources cover the same story to provide you with context behind the source's bias, factuality, and who owns the source. For example, let's look at this story about those 2 NASA astronauts stuck on the ISS. We can see that the story has been covered by over 300 outlets. Looking at the bias distribution chart, most of the coverage is coming from center-leaning sources. We can also see that 72% of the articles are ranked as highly factual based on 3 independent monitoring organizations. For stories like this, with far-reaching coverage, we can use the